Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ostarius, but you can call me Osti, and welcome back to more. This one, Ace Attorney. The Great Ace Attorney. We are in the middle of the final case. I assume we are in the middle. We are trying to establish a connection between the case and McGilded. And we are about to do that with Gina on the testimony. Finally, she decided to talk. And that should move us to the climax of the story. There is still a bit to go. I don't know how we are gonna still go from Akira to Strongheart, but I guess that's what Sherlock is gonna do. The articles that McGilded have deposited in Windbank Pawnbrokery are initially related with the omnibus case, the trial of which we heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. So let me just... Sorry about that. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing to say the least. And now, here we are again, the same players in that trial face each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend? Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped into the skyline in the carriage below. It was Ms. Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Ms. Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquainted of the murder, McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of these proceedings. Ms. Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? She doesn't need to tell about what happened inside the omnibus, just about what happened after the omnibus. I don't know what you mean. I already say how I know, all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face the fact, you have little credibility to lose. Gina, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runa. Iris, we are on your side. Alright then, I will talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my little friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. If what we are doing is good, why are you trying to convince her not to do it? Why did you immediately started by essentially what's the threatening her? I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that McGilded pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. Hitherto unaware. So, Milistrande, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You reveal the truth, accommodate sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then, everything is going to come out. Like Van Zyck said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case. True is, the brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out of under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream for over my ears, and the pair on the roof deck went off to call the locks. That's when McGildet slipped the driver something to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I see or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. Outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you said, my lord. Then there is every chance I may have abdicated in error in McGilder's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The accuser of the accused in that trial of this witness and my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Why am I in the list? They lied, yes. My job is to prove their innocence. My job is to literally assume that everything they say was true, and the judge literally said that we should have used his proof, the method card as evidence, and I acted with that in mind. I just followed the judge and my job. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. Then McGildet, the fellow. Don't forget the lawyer. You learned a lot of you. Mr. Naruhodo, the lawyer there, didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. I really expect to believe that. He really snitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the men off scot-free. Unforgivable. The lies have to stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. None! You literally just do their job. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilder's Pollen articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned friend. Given the depth of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blame me, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. What am I supposed to examine here? Okay, let's just press. The brickmaker was in the cabin of the homebus the whole time. And you were hiding in the cabinet at that time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember right, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yes, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see anything, nothing at all. There is still a weird thing here, because it was established that she could not fit in there with all the objects inside, and she removed the objects to get in. That's what she said. And then Van Zyck established that then when the police got in, the compartment was full of objects and there was not enough space to hide a person. So there is still something there. Yeah, that's right, it's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I felt certain that you claimed McGildet was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I have to say. But it's important you tell us the truth now. Were McGildet and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. but I did hear them talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I have to say, I think it was something about money. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealing of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone kneeling over the floor. It was blooming loud and all. I believe you let out a involuntary scream. Yes, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGill picked it up pretty smartly. And then he sat on the cove with the knives in the belly up on the seat. Then he set the cove with the knife in his belly on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was that scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought if I didn't go along with it, I would get struck with a knife too. Then he started asking me a lot of questions, like what was my name, where I live. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of raping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over my head, and the pair on the roof deck went off to count the slots. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down to the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in its guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled the horses and McGill got me out of sight. Got out of my sight? Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the two cops from the roof ran off to fetch the slots. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So, that left McGill, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open a voice from outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Bipo, if memory serves. What did McGill and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. That's when McGill slipped the driver something to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. The pawn shop obviously being Windbank on Baker Street. Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand. No. Lord Van Zix, McGill took his coat off and gave it to the driver. Oh. He folded up, all careful like bending it over. When I saw it do I remember thinking that coat and what is gonna be worth a few bobs. Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than what Mr. Windbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon. The driver looked pretty happy when McGill flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the book trotter called me and told me to come out from the drag cabin. Okay, so the cabin driver was the one who pulled the items. After McGill bribed him to shut the fuck up too. I wonder if he did saw the body. Probably not. No, maybe he did. Money is money. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Hold it! Threatening you? How exactly? Told me I will only be able to scrap her if I did exactly what he said. Which, including give false testimony in court 2 months ago? Yeah, that's it. Sorry. And there was one other thing he said, which was... He told me I have to hang on the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I have to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug to stop it from being forfeit. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would McGilden have done such a thing? Deposit his overall coat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense. There would seems to be one only logical explanation, my lord. What McGilden have the driver deposit the wind bank was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that he let me go, so I legged before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. You can't be used to tell the truth like that. Gina is really putting her faith in you. Yeah, and thanks to her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial is over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information as possible. Let's go. Let's press every statement. I suppose, and another thing. Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange they have been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes. I wonder if there's something I can do.
Hold it!
Okay. Let's go back to hold. And then look around. Okay, we need to pursue them somewhere. Probably when we're talking about McGilded item. So fucking Inspector is on the bullshit. Ah. Okay, let's just keep advancing. Let's see if there's gonna be a message or something. If there is not,
Hold it!
let's keep looking at them from time to time. Still just talking. Can I just pursue them at any point? Maybe. No. Yes. The pawn shop.
Excuse me!
Let me just... There's something I'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon. Inspector, Mr. Graydon! What? Believe me, you tried to give me a headache. You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? What is this, fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncaught detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightful mine. But they clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they have been negotiating. No? No? Where is this coming from? Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I have heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilder took what he wanted by force at the expense of the other man's life. Which doesn't really make sense, because McGilded was rich as fuck. Which proves my point that this is clearly extremely valuable in some way. I don't know how. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded coach and its content were due to be forfeit. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial, I knew that. But that's how you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not? They were gonna be forfeit. Why shouldn't I have gotten? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking. Why haven't they played out that thing yet? Goddammit. They have established that apparently each music box plays the disc in a slightly different way. So they need exactly model for this specific disc. And we don't know what that model is. So before trial, Holmes, for example, was trying to order dozens and dozens of different music boxes to test. Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. So listen, it would appear that McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. That is considerable level. I don't know how music box worked in the 800s. Do you know what that? But much like so many hints of this trial, it's because the player has the clue, but the player will only have the information that the clue gives when the plot requires the player to learn. Until then, we are not gonna talk about it. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue, but I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. People was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord, the police is here. The Chief Lord Justice wants his shit back. The evidence your lordship request has been located and is ready for the okay, no, it's the other thing. Okay, you brought evidence. Okay, Chief Lord Justice's fingers have not stretched this far yet. What have you located? Oh yeah, we were talking about the contents of the small box. We saw on the photos which was the correct little box, but we also know that Mr. Jojo opened the box and stole what was inside, so the box should be empty. But we are still gonna take a look inside the box itself. The mysterious little box. Also, this is also here, so we stop talking about the music box for a while because surely there's no doubt in my mind that that is the key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. I forgot we were here waiting for that. Oh my god, we were like 15 minutes from a break. If I have continued yesterday. That is a music box? I would say no. Because at least from my point of view, I feel like the music disc is way too big. Like, I mean, the photo makes me think it's a big disc. And the box is a small box. Perhaps. We will see. The design is so much like the design of the knife. This is absolutely related to Chief Lord Justice. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbrokery by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quickly, let's open and see what's inside. Nothing, because he stole... Oh shit, you are right. It is a music box. Oh shit, it is a music box. But how? Like, this disc is not small, is it? How big would this note be? Okay. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Oh, although in truth, I have an inkling that might be the case. It appears the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device to play back this disc, my lord. Okay, so we are getting to it. Good. I was a little bit afraid we are gonna have a 6-minute tangent where I have to prove that this was a music box. So, here we have the means to play back McGilded disc, deposited at Windybank at the same time. Not strictly correct, it was not McGilded disc, it was a disc of his victim in the omnibus. Maybe, but why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker were trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to it, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the chorus hear the curious disc. Wait, my lord? Chief Lord Justice doesn't want this to happen. Oh, I'm loving this. Judge, please be the judge. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc, well, they are unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with music. Inspector, are you drunk? Clearly, there is every chance that this is fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objections, but that piece of evidence is police property. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but is it policy of his But it is the policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. Fucking bullshit. The amount of times I have to force, so you have to begrudgingly say no, and then the judge said yes, and you say fuck you. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays. Play the disc. Please show me the disc actually playing the music box. Okay, so the disc was really small. Huh. Take the piece of paper away. I think I need to remove the paper at least. Oh, the disc was really small. I thought the disc was big. Huh. What on earth? Oh, this is Morse code. This is not music. This is Morse code. Oh. Maybe? This is some sort of code. That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over in irregular sequence. He knows. Because he's a communication officer, but we have a communication officer in the jury. Mr. Graydon? This is really priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised. The officer sent to fetch it didn't drop on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, Counsel? Alright, it does sound like his story is completely broken, but... Yeah, there is a clue. It's a code. I believe it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it has any meaning. But there is something bothering me. Why Graydon's standing there portling victorious? And the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Grayson recognized the sun, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that is making him appear extremely on edge. Okay, so he doesn't know, but he knows. Okay. Why shouldn't he know since he's a communication officer? That's the sense of the face. Answer me this. Just what relevance do you propose this Wolfone chime has on this case? The sound from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because it's a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sound we are hearing are music. Look at that, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as his son has heard it. I'm on the right line, I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Rooney.
Objection!
The sounds we are hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you have told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the depth of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. Sorry. They got me. I don't know the answer is yet. Rune, I just examined the music box very truly. And I'm very certain that it's not broken. Really? Really, the way it's being made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Please remove the paper. Ah, creepy. Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Rune. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I heard another sound very much like this one. This one music box does. Yep, the girl on the jury hitting to make note. Yeah, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm gonna have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion that the sound produced by this box is not in fact music, then what the devil it is, Counsel? It's all pointing on one single answer. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Right? If I'm right, it's gonna join other dots together. The evidence... Evidence? What do you mean evidence? I think it's a code. The newspaper? Because the newspaper talk about... secret communications being intercepted? How do I tell it's a code? I guess this is a weird way of reaching that. Okay, yeah, it was the newspaper. Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Paulbroker Parish in peak purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you look a little further down the page. Further down, Minister Mo, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, it's a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard the international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somewhat being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably these transmissions are in some sort of wired telegram? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter. You told the court before that you work at the same communication station as Mr. Grade's done, did you not? Yes, that's correct. In that particular station where you work, deals with government communication and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we are not your one-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Huh? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code, but... Oh, I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfect placed than a high-skilled communication officer. Are you suggesting the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order, please, everyone, order, but this is high treason, Counsel, deserving of capital punishment. I love how it's like high treason, that's capital punishment. McGilded was literally gonna be executed because of murder. So treason is has the same punishment as murder. Okay. Too much new vocabulary. What is treason and what is capital punishment? The sort of words I expect you to know. For our sovereign government, confidential information, For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night, 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded Parish and all important discs the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc was to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishment by death. So the culprit have no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense accusation, you claim completely innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I have to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charge, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in the response to the accusations brought by the defense. Testify what? Exactly. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windbank. That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You gotta have rabbit and pork, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name is Nash Skulking. Occupation Professional Betty. Name is Ringo Skulking, but we ain't bad enough to sell our motherland. That's right. We what they call the Three Skulking Brothers. Are they going to actually snitch on him because now he's being accused of national treason, high treason, and they're like, bro, we are thieves, but we are still Englishmen. Oh, please. Bad time, fellas. Very bad timing. Okay, a mere communication officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by the music box aren't even Morse code. It was some sort of low-class brickmaker negotiating Master McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we did was break into the cafe the other night like what he told us to do. If we have known we were doing government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. So you are admitting that he was there with you. Mr. Skulking? One Mr. Will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did it as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov. We did. Quiet down, please. What you say to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting mixed up in all this monkey business. You never say anything about no government secret. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what's about Geezer whose shop is what, huh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? And what about the Geezer whose shop it was? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, can we have just them doing a full testimony again, now actually telling the truth? Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit into the court records as evidence. Okay, click. Present. And I want to examine you. Nothing important below or in the back. Just a very interesting mechanism, but this is the mechanism that turns the disc, the movement. It no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing street, the music box will make the same sound. Because it's for Morse code. Nothing new, I guess. If I click here, will it play? No. Okay. Placing your turn with deposit to both. Okay. And now we're back to pressing. So, is this new paper headline accurately? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by higher-level officers, specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh, no, stop. Must say something, stop. Let me guess. You're number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a high-skill officer currently in presence of an idol. So you have access to the equipment used for these confidential communications. Well, what out of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent encrypted. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop, must say something. Mr. Graydon regularly attends a meeting with the ministry technicians and the ministry I love how this entire segment is Graydon saying something and the Skulking Brothers are her just calling on the bullshit. Oh, that's fun. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in the important international communications. And he received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Conventions 5 years in a row. That is fascinating. Graydon is high-skill operator, currently in presence of an idol. Well, your idol would appreciate if you shut the fuck up. She really picked up her idols more careful. I'll tell you, these lawyer accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sound produced by the Mystery Box aren't even Morse code. They are not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to the Mystery Box for yourself. Okay, yeah, was a bit confused because the sound doesn't actually sound like Morse code, but it is some sort of code. Of course. Like, there was too many breaks and there was not enough clicking, I felt. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is familiar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I'll be more than happy to demonstrate the basis for you, sir. A lesson here in court. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones, and this music box only makes 1 tone. Tone, you say, but you can make silent as the second tone. Dot and dash. By combining this in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. This is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear 1 tone, don't you? But it sounds so familiar, the rhythm is the same as in everything. But there is no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. But it is some sort of code. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? The music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's frustrating, isn't it? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot in place so nicely. Could there be something I still haven't considered? Would it be impossible to use this music somehow to play back music? Let's give it a try. The belief of the... Oh, sorry. There are moments where it pings once and there are moments where it pings double, yes. There is the possibility that the music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, Maniponis pen, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that in Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm very aware. I'm well aware of that, then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You better present your idea at once. How do you propose this music box, which appears to produce a single note, could have been used to cipher a secret message into Morse code? With this button in the back? I noticed there was a button, but I thought it was just part of the machine. But now, if you want me to find something, would be it. Let me examine it. Oh, I noticed something. It looks like there's a button. What are we waiting for? Okay, so that's what... Oh... Does that mean you can set up... It's 2 discs! That's right! When he... Okay, on the day where he came up to the Paul Brokery, he said that there was supposed to be 2 discs on the overcoat, and then he started saying there was supposed to be another item. And then we end up learning that the item was the note for the box, but... Maybe you have to put the same disc in both? Or maybe there are 2 discs, okay. I would be really interested if it was the same disc in both, so like you have to play one, and then play the second, and then some way layer both of them. Yeah, I think so. It looks like there are 2 movements linked together. They are linked, so you have 2 discs. Okay, so it is 2 discs. They would play at the same time.
Got it!
Oh, good gracious, what am I looking here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot, and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate a Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This is a poor excuse for a lawyer who has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. So, of course, if my lawyer friend were to be able to present the court with the second disc... No, I don't need to present the second disc! Is this when Sherlock's gonna appear with the second disc? And may I remind the court that as the witness have pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Manson, the brickmaker. Exactly, I have nothing to do whatsoever with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. This is an interesting thing. This game is still hammering down the concept of absolute reliance on evidence. One of the key things on the final case of Ace Attorney 4 was that at the end we could not prove the culprit was the culprit because we didn't have evidence, because he destroyed the evidence. And then the plot twist was that that case was actually not going to be a normal case. It was going to have a jury, because even though we didn't have the evidence, the jury doesn't need the evidence. The jury can just say what they believe, ignoring the evidence. And this game has introduced the jury. Like, yeah, we don't have the second disc, but we have pointed enough that the jury should be able to just say, oh, non-guilty. But we are still acting as if we do need the evidence, which I am not really a big fan. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus must be there somehow. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, looks like you need to give your argument more strength. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, if I must. Some low-class brickmaker negotiation with McGilded was not. I have no relation. So 2 months ago in the omnibus, McGilded killed a brickmaker and stole the disc. Manson was a single man with almost nothing to his name. Since he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How much a humble brickmaker How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? Oh, indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Manson in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate the deal. Dear me. You may have any need for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from the Atsum Quartet, and he is well-to-do communication officer. Only I could find some sort of link between them. He's not even in this list. Uncle Benedict, Graydon. We still haven't talked about the story yet. Stavwood, Mason Milverton, Brick, East End of London. Mr. McGilded, Lord Van Ziek's conviction. Is it printed? No, 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 no. No. Well, I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. We have nothing more to add to that note. Let us return to the witness testimony. Look, all we have was breaking the show. All we done is breaking to the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do. God damn, take a moment to. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do it, you mean? That's it? Yep. Who else? Silly thought he just was popping over for an error after all the years, but the Rotter have a dodgy job for us. And Ash... Ash is his first name, right? Yeah, Ashley, Ash. Let me stop you there, Mrs. Culkin. After all the years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Grayson is an acquaintance of yours? We are the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Let's say Grayson is old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong with Mr. Culkin? Huh? No, the other. What, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days and all. We used to have right or left together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute and you wouldn't add an it. But when he was younger, he was from poor part of the town, just like us. Is that so? But he always have a lurry one. He have the brains and he have the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Good believe me, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulking Milk Run? That was a corker, huh? 70 after the trial, your remnants has no part in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oh, the Jizzard asked us a question, didn't he? And we were answering it. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn your attentions back to the testimony? I don't know, could that sentimental? My lord? Yes. The broader license statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, Counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly. Say no more. Skulking is never skulking. Milver and Skulking Milk Run. God, that was the days. It was from this one. Okay, so let's do the second.
Hold it!
So, did you know nothing about this music box? We don't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it either. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windbank Pawnbroker, did you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and it was like some kind of sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you're planning to break into Wind Bank all along, weren't you? We were, Gov, we were. You were right there. Because that's what he told us, it was the plan. The plan. And why was Mr. Graydon planning to break into Wind Bank that night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, he said the place was full of worth stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell you. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're gonna give it away. Milvan and Skulking Milk Run. God, those were the days. I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? This little scheme we have going back when we were youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what we were all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. So this business was a bit of a fun. Was just yourself and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milkerton and Skulking Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. Milkerton! I literally just saw this. Yep, Milverton. Milverton, yep. And where did Milverton part comes from? Oh, I thought a clever... Enough. How much longer we expect? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is that it was only the mention of the name in Milverton that you decided to interject? Because, well... It weren't the happiest of Thomas that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out of him. He took the name Graydon then. And Ash will always be Milverton to us. Oh, fuck! Oh! You were the third brother! Mason Milverton, you were the third brother! Or was he the third brother? Okay, wait, no. Skulky. Oh! Was he? Okay, wait. She took Graydon then, but Ash will always be a Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be our surname. Okay, so he's brother with Manson. Oh, okay. So who is the third Skull King? So it was two sets of two brothers, the Skull Kings and the Milvertons. Okay, so who was the third one? Of course not. This is all blumping. I've been a Graydon since I was born. You really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? You are a communication officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to supplement these records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mrs. Skulking testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ash Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. I wanna see that. His childhood friends with the Skulking brothers, okay. And now we have a path. Besides, and then we present with the case.
Objection.
Which has the name of the victim, Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's a real explanation at all. The truth is, you have a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself. How are we gonna get to Chief Lord Justice from this? Explain yourself, please, Counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we know, the victim, the man who we have been understand to have been negotiating with McGilded, yes, Mr. Manson, the brickmaker. That's right, only Manson wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Manson Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Manson Milverton was your father? I thought it was gonna be brother. Okay. Huh. I thought it was gonna be brother. Huh. So Jojo was the third brother. Okay, Jojo was the third brother. He wasn't actually a brother. He was just childhood friend. But he doesn't look like the inspector, so why would they pick the inspector? Okay, let's just keep going. Father, I wasn't expecting that. I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been truly checked. Truthfully checked. I hate this word. Why is this word fucking thoroughly cursing me? I never have difficult saying this before. I'm pretty sure I said this before we play Ace Attorney. It really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in collaboration with your father. The news, fact, and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say, that your collaboration with your father, Benson Milverton, is in illegal dealing with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes, stealing information being selling in secret government communications and selling on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. We don't know that he was the one. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling to the wrong hands. A very effective one. I shouldn't have given this scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appear at Windbank 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded have placed in Paul there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So, that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulking brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to review the second disc. To recover the second disc. Are you suggesting the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that. That could make... yeah, that would also make sense. On the night then... but like a big assumption. On the night that Mr. Windbank was killed... we still haven't talked about what he talked with the inspector. The intruder at the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. A rather ingenious demonstration using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only this article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Ooh! He is bleeding! For 1 second on his left side there was some red. He is bleeding from the shot. Sir? There appears to be blood sewing through the sleeve of your jacket. Yeah, he's bleeding. 2 nights ago, we noted that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windbank Pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Shum's waist. Bullshit. And the final bullet struck the calendar in the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that would be the wound on your arm that seems to be trying to hide. That you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound. Sorry, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? He got you now, my old China. Time to call it quits and crock, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common-back land thieves. You are selling our country, my dude. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windbank that night. I paid the spare 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you notice, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit nothing more. Stealing government secret and negotiating with McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. It's not gonna go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is, well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have here in evidence. Sorry. The bullet from the Skulking Brothers gun hit the pouch around Shum's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that led us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. I may not be able to put you in jail for treason, but I can put you on the fucking on the guillotine for killing the pawnbroker. Why is murder a death sentence? Holy shit. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windbank that night is you. Oh. The gallows. Yeah, that also works. I was freaking guillotine. Ah. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Mr. Chen, because because now he's gonna talk to the inspector. Ah, motherfucker. Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at Pawnbroker. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I have no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself as communication station. But did that thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of our client. No, you don't! The jury has! And the jury can say whatever the fuck they want. I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointing a gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. Why would the jury accept anything you are saying? Well, it seems we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Sir Graydon? Yes? I trust you're full aware of the implications here. Yeah, he's a little bitch. If it shows that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You explain the court precisely what you saw at the moment. This is the final case of the game. And we appear to be getting very much to the end. Because the point here is just to prove that Gina is innocent. And I think we are very much on the belief that he is the killer. And McGilda did kill the man on the third case. God bless McGilda's soul. So how are you connected to... There is no fucking way this game is going to end with you not being the bad guy. Like, look at this man. There is no fucking way. Is it because it's a duology and we are gonna keep carrying this bullshit until the end of the second game? No. Because these games were not made with a duology in mind, at least I don't think so. They were released originally in Japan on the 3DS as two games with like 2 years between one and the other. How are we gonna get to you? And we know that he is involved. He is the one who burned McGilded. He is the one who is making the inspector trying to change the trial. He's controlling so much shit. We know that he is guilty. You will explain the court. Okay, sorry. Let's get back into it. Water. You explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me a greater pleasure. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony, and it's full of bullshit. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. He's like the third one who have done some tonight. Order, order, order. It was my intention to testify in this way, but neither it is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now, as an act of self-preservation. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Well, we know he's bullshitting because Pablo can only have one bullet in the gun. True. No, but I think he's implying that the Paul Brokery got into the room with got into the room, she shot him with her gun, and then throw the gun away, and then pick up the gun on the floor? I think that's what his story implying. We will see, we will see. Having shot me in the arm, the Paul Brokery was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showering in his blood. No, she wasn't, because we don't have a photo of her. We have seen photos of her multiple times, but we don't have a photo of her itself. The photo is just representative. We don't... Also, she was not showered with blood. She was wearing the coat. Okay. As you said, the blood spattered over the accused coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. However, the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat was somehow be shown to harbor vestige of blood, that would be conclusive evidence. No, because it is full of blood. Manson's blood from when he was stabbed 3 months ago. If the hair coat would somehow be shown to have harbors vestige of blood, that would be conclusive evidence. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So he is true science, not some amateur detective dubious far into the world of chemistry. There is nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are of no use here in science, and as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship permission, we could splatter all vegetable dot within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runa. Why not? Well, we know that there is blood all over her coat. If they test with their chemicals... That's right, I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Just show it! Show it using your gun! Because even if the court does not accept, the people on the stand understand. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overrule. Lord Van Zix, make it at once. Why didn't you say, my lord? We have already tested, and the coat is indeed full of blood, but it's Manson's blood. While we are waiting the result, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find the blood, Gina will be... Counselor? Yes, my lord? Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. The colony doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence, I have a very bad feeling. I don't. The jury is the one who decides. While the ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop.
Hold it!
Mr. Windbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. Never been so scared in my life. Yeah, we're just regular miniman burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Say the pair who carries a gun. Say the pair who used a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance of the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeit items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help my little brother, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I put my gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scrapper. The pair of you settling upon the poor defenseless tall broker together. Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. When the Windbank threw Nash, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men brawling. Okay. It was at the exact moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. The bullet went to strike the calendar in the wall behind you, so it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I have no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Megiddo intend to shoot you? Do you? Do you think? Well, no, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I put my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way, and then he scrapped for the door out back. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole to the door too.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about the peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job made out of shot wood. But there is a small hole in it, about head height, that lets you see what's inside the storeroom. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? Yes, you do! And we literally one of the earliest things I did was try to use this to explain how he was shot. He was shot through the hole. Like, you open, shot, close. He was wearing the coat, but there was no blood around. What about the burgling brothers? Did you see what went through the pee-hole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing. I'm sorry, Gov. I doubt these two buffons were even aware of the pee-hole existence. Wouldn't the two brothers have seen you shooting the guy, and wouldn't they stop and say that? So the Skull brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windbank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and the young girl standing there. The defendant... Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun, pointed straight at the man, and then... The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windbank's gun, from which only a single bullet has been fired. And as we have already established, Mr. Grayson, the bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yeah, he's gonna say she have her own gun. The bullet from Windbank's gun grazed my arm, and yeah, the Skull King guns grounded the detective. But this was another gun, a third gun. The broken gun was on the murder weapon, so clearly there have to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. No other gun was found at the scene. Huh. Calm yourself, Counsel. Sorry, you must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. It was at that moment, the little gutter rat shot him in the back. He ran to where? Chilling massive image, I must say. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. All over her? Yes. Through the pee-hole I saw it clearly. Of course the sand... Sorry? Ooh. Of course, the stands are invisible now. What with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is soiled with the victim's blood. Oh, it's soiled with blood, that's for sure. But it's not with Mr. Windbank. No, that's right, it's Mr. Mason Milverton blood. From McGill that stabbed him 2 months ago. So now, if they only accept early chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence. Brother. We should be able, the jury should accept it. Then she tossed the gun out of the pee-hole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Did you recollect? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right, after the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where? The direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun to the pee-hole onto the floor on my side of the room, of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? Couldn't tell, perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon? Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedy took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours, truly. So present the gun to us! I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so me and Whistle and Flute here told us... Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy it up. He thinks he was blooming mum sometimes. Oh, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Grayson, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? That's an interesting animation.
Excuse me.
Gentlemen. Something wrong, Sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Believe me, that is a bit of a hooligan in it here. Oh, what was going on now? You saw him, he grabbed my whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station. And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it, of that flaming pee hole in the door. Huh, sorry about that. I can't be prone to losing my rag sometime. Not hurt, are you? Don't blame me. See the way he looks at me, I'm telling you. This deal gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Greg here. Well, I don't know. Normally, he's all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yeah, well, I think it might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord, requesting your lordship permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain, officer? Have the result of the test ordered early. The blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. You are absolutely 100% trying to protect him. After the negotiations. The report, please, Inspector? Yes, sir. Traces of human blood was found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extension of the stand, it would appear that they were a result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of the report. Gunshot wound. Not a knife wound. See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Windbank. What on earth makes you say that? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McKilded. But you have to be in the front of him and the shot came from the back, right? Yep. He says that when he got into the room, he was afraid of her, so he tried to run away inside that closed room and then she shot him when he turned it. It's all a bunch of bullshit. Just before his coat was deposited at Mr. Windbank, McGilden had fatally stabbed Mr. Manson Milverton. So the blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilden's innocence? Yes! It's called doing my job! And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Yes! It's called doing my fucking job! Stop being an asshole for nothing. Your conduct shattered any sort of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a blatantly disgraced treachery. How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stethoscope couldn't help answer that. But Mr. Shaw is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in the chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communication officer? I had out Piroski to a starving boy and he ran away crying. What? Sherlock Holmes is barely more than a figment of the public imagination. What? His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. The jury is literally hearing you. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such conclusions, sir? As the witness said, the accused coach was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that is, in fact, if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. My lord, been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say, if you please. Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, man?
Guilty. Guilty.
Because you are putting your full trust
Guilty.
on you, I believe, on Mr. Government Secret Treason, really? Time for the third summation examination. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury has reached an unanimous verdict. Why are you happy? You know Chief Lord is involved in this shit. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness report. No, I have not. I have consistently succeeded at unpick this witness testimony. Here is to any attempt you may take at unpicking the jury's decision being equally successful. I don't believe I'm after coming this far. How is it all rallying on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. And hello, Mr. Deus Ex Machina, who have all the bullshit in his hand and now he's going to use it because he have to be away until this point. Officer, you delivered the report now, that is all, thank you. It occurred to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. The science truths are determined not by science, but by none other than human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Mr. Sholmes, what is the meaning of this? What is this, Culkin Brothers? Order, order, order. What business do you have here, detective? Lest I heard you're recuperating in hospital. As well as I would be, have I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Really, it's really you. You were awake at last. Yes, good day, Aris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zix? This trial has taken many hours of the courtroom time. Having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long we shouldn't go. As I was saying, having spent so long, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. You say that as you literally just said that is stupid that I'm still trying. Pick a fucking way to be. Well, counsel, you have 5 minutes. Why did you change outfit? It would have been better if you were still wearing the police one. My dear fellows, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I only just managed to summon the strength to stand. I asked the judge for 5 minutes, but I fear that may prove to be too much for me. Pray forgive should I pass out. You were not even shot! The bullet didn't hurt you! The wound is a test tub exploding and a little bit of the glass going into you. It wasn't that much. Early, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, the concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by science community. An oversight on my part. Right, modesty surely not. But enough. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What is that? A living present from Mr. Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were the instructions she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. You see, all this time she have the key to the trial. She foresee every single thing and she have the key. But instead of giving you the key, she decided to give to the guy who was unconscious. Because the plot demands it. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means of both devils and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are would to do, would find yourself in consistently peril. At that very moment in crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady instructions. Okay. How would this not be bullshit if this is actually not be something relevant, but instead something to just make me believe in myself. That would be much better. Please be that. It be just something for moral support or something. What is this? It's the machine I made to make holes. And she knew that it would be very relevant here. Huh? Look, I use this. This is my little invention. What is that? I call it the cat flap mount. You can make cat flaps for little furry friends like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Mrs. Susie muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I have been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Windbank in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Otto made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellows. Not at all a cryptid. Is the entire crux of this trial just not saying shit? It's really just gonna... it is a good trial. Why do you need to poison it with bullshit and bad writing? It is a good story. You don't need to make bullshit. I'm grateful for you. Okay, let's just keep going. I'm grateful to you for affording us the brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are anonymous in their leaning. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But an attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly fertile. I wonder. It's Naruhodo. Yes. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end. My lord, the defense requests... This just breaks things and then put... How is this in any way relevant? Okay, the rips go... Is there something on the tips? A blood mark or something? No. Is there something incriminating? When I click it, it opened the thief. It opened the thief for a reason. Isn't there anything else? No. How did she use this? Pull the trigger. I'm pretty sure. No, I cannot. When you can, this thing gets a little bit smaller and start flashing. But it's not doing that with anything. At least not that I can find it. I can try. No. I guess there is nothing else to it. Corrupt creation of small... okay. Kill. Run away. Organize. Get in. Shot. Run. I run. She's here with Sholmes. She's here. He's dead. And then from here, she used the machine. The pee-hole was already there. Did she make the pee-hole? Was the... No. The pee-hole never existed. He said that he was shot to the pee... There was no hole. He couldn't have seen because there was no hole. He made the fucking hole. Yep. How did I not notice the difference of the fucking door? Am I that blind? Why didn't she tell us? No, this is not great. This is shit. Because this entire fucking bullshit is holding on the fact that she did a gigantic thing and decided to tell Sherlock in the most fucking random fucking bullshit way instead of just telling us. This is bullshit. This is trash. I hate shit like this. Let's just cross the second hint again, because now
Objection!
the juror has spoke. Protocol dictates the defense not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness to continue the one existing. It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Ripper. The cross-examination was interrupted, which means it didn't stop. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination hereby temporarily suspended. Why does this case in particular is so reliant on just not saying shit? So nobody can say anything. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination, the court is obliged to allow it. It's absurd. I will remind those present that this is my courtroom. I do whatever the fuck I want. I conclude the defense is entirely within its right to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit any remaining protraction of those proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity to conclude the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness testimony, one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument. Single chance to present evidence. If found that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move. Is that okay, my lord? That's not how the rules work. You are the judge. You follow the rules. You don't make the rules. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in that faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Miss Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Please tell me he's... put his feet here up, like show him that he's still there. To stand so insolently before the court in a state of high fever, either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well done, Counsel. Yes, one statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Hindam or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance. This is going to decide the entire... How are we gonna... Okay. So, let's save here. We know what we want to say. We want to say that he couldn't have possibly... Where is it? It's the third one, I think. Yeah. I could see him through the p-hole in the door. This is the statement. The question is, what do I have to present? I would think it's this photo. Because this photo shows that there is no p-hole. And so it's a contradiction. But I think the game wants me to present this. What I would believe it's the correct way is to present this, and then they ask how this photo explains, and then we present this as a continuation. But I think that's not going to work because in theory, we could have presented this before the break. But I want to follow my gut instinct and present the photo. That was a misclick.
Objection!
Go back. Present. I think the correct one should be this photo.
Objection!
It is not. Present the machine.
Objection!
Because that's the new item, you have to present the new one. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council? Oh, it's Cat Flapmot, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord, it's a device for so creating cat flaps. Small doors for cats. I'm sure we can all work out that for ourselves. But that cat lover contrivance has no possible relevance. Shouldn't your reaction be, oh fuck? Shouldn't that be your reaction the moment you understand what the contraption is? Be like, why are we talking about this? And then we explain and you'll be like, oh. Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help to describe its function in another way. This contraption is able to create a p-hole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. A p-hole. Because, like, he is acting as if the p-hole has always been there when he knows the p-hole was not there. Shouldn't he at any point be like, wait a minute, there was no fucking p-hole in that door? We arrive at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windbank have taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the three of us were together, and it recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Question. Why was she holding this when we went to investigate the pawnbrokery at 1 AM? I guess this makes a rotating chainsaw blade so she could have carry for self-defense. I guess. Don't think about it, don't ask questions, just enjoy the game and shut the fuck up. Your assistant did what? There was a p-hole in the storeroom door, I can attest to that. Because I looked through the p-hole myself in order to see the inside of the locker room, of the locked storeroom. That is Bloodcrest, what are you trying to say? Of course there was a p-hole in the door, I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright. What I mean, my lord, my assistant made the p-hole in the storeroom door, and until the time as she did, the door have no holes to look through. Why are you acting as if you didn't know that? You were there!
Objection!
This is farce. Are you really suggesting that the p-hole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident have taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant's tampered with the crime scene while being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? and then proceed to not tell me about it. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. She's a dumbass. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Sculling brothers and alert the police. Yep, she saw Holmes got shot and immediately got up, grabbed the machine, broke the door, saw the man, and went back to Holmes. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it became apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony appears to incriminate the defendant. It's based upon what he witnessed to the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, the filthy girl shot in the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, the peephole did not exist in the door, there is no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order, order, order. Is there any credence in this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, that is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Did you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Yes, I designed it to be very powerful. Do you want me to test? There is a door right there. I don't believe it for a second. Okay. I feel you say that. Let's test it. Buggy, Connie, time for dinner. She made one? In the courtroom. Very well. Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make a cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at the windbreak was made by your machine. Your animations should have changed after you got blood. It should have changed to you trying to do things with your left hand and then hurt, and so you changed to your right hand. No, but it's easy. What? It's most dumb nitpickings, but okay. Sorry, what I'm talking about the animations. The cat flap my cat found creates are all at a fixed size. The dimensions of the peephole and the windbank are an exact match. Okay, I'm just trusting your word of it. Heh, old stick is lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now, it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for her Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then, you may have some difficulty in establishing how the fact. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Van Dix? Very simple, my lord. The defense argued that the peephole was created after the incident using the device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the facts. There is no proof. And for as long as the defendant remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend claims amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. And now we present the photos. Well, counsel? There is time to create an opening and force your way through. So that was the greatest judicial assistant in the world. That is one way of calling that. Not the words I would have used it. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim. Okay, do you want this photo or this photo? Okay, I guess it's the one that doesn't have the peephole. Makes more sense to me. What are you? A print from the detective in Infernal Cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman who is very incapable of speaking, which is why I never have any cause to doubt that she would have considered the scenery and made sure I have the necessary proof. You are really overestimating her. Necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. A Agree? It also shows the accused merciless wielding a gun in the direction of the faceless broker. Shut the fuck up, man. We are not talking about that. But more to the point, it pictures the door. Let me see the print. I don't believe it. This is quite remarkable. This door to the storeroom. It's completely devoid of a pinhole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no pinhole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. That was so bad. That's literally like the second defeat animation we got in the game. Because we got the girl in the first case flying away. Second case there wasn't because Russia girl was an accident. Third one there wasn't because there was no bad guy because McKidded was acquainted. Fourth case there was no bad guy because it was an accident. And finally we have in the 50 case another defeat animation, and that's what we get? Come on, game. I'm satisfied the defense has substantiated its claim beyond any reasonable doubt. This witness testimony was entirely fallacious. That is not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My little predecessor's guilty can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene, and that's what you want to focus on, my dude. But more importantly, the Lord, there is more, Lord Van Zix. The defense may have established a prehensively instance of perjury, but there is no proof that this man is a victim killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true, but that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Please. Come on, jury. They are right. No, they are not. As it stands, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. You know what they say. There is no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has already bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. Are we gonna tell her about the fact that her dad is dead, and we know that because we were accused of being the murderer, and we decide to also hide that information from her? Like how Susato also decided to hide the information about how she knew the title of a book that was never published yet. No, wait, there might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you have told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such remarks? What you say in your testimony reveals that you know something that you shouldn't have known. In other words, that is fundamentally consistent in your statement.
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Wouldn't you enlighten the court to explain the alleged inconsistent? Iris is right. One lie begins another. The inconsistent reveals by the lies the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Liston on the coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously because I saw her through the pee-hole. The point is not that you lie in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It is a little bit. It's the nature of the lie you concocted. Let's just go. That is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Now let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew the existence of the pee-hole in the storeroom door? Because we talked about the entire fucking day? What? Well, obviously... Well, has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybank consistently carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yeah, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles and my lads have been thoroughly examined them all. So I gave the orders to have the officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequentially, there is no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peerhole in the storeroom door. But the fact that its existence forms the base of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
We talk about it all the time in the court, and yet the fact remains that the Grayson did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peerhole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zix? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more than I can add to this testimony, so if that's all the same to you, permission denied. It's not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of the peerhole, which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my little friend. You realize, I trust, that the words that you utter have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony, and in fact, considering the particular clue we have, there are really only one person who could have been. Who is the person, Counsel? Inspector Tobias. The truth is, can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Huh? Me?
Objection!
You have better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We will learn of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the men here from the communication station. Until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea, no inkling that he could have suddenly been required to appear in court. I suggested that until such time as he was summoned, yes, my lord, until then, it is reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peerhole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. He would have to defend himself against the accused, and then he was a third intruder. Your suggestion to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so he could permit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly, and the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he have any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case, have you forgotten that? Quite true, I have a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means... the first time these two laid eye on each other was after the proceeding resuming, following the recess. Since then, they have been full view of the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. I just remember something. What is it? There was a time before I wasn't there. I think it was when Gina was testifying. Oh yeah, now that you mention. When the bailiff was displaced to retrieve Mr. McGill music box. They literally, yeah, this is what one of the things I'm not really enjoying is how much bullshit he clearly knows that is bullshit, and he's fighting tooth and nail to protect the bullshit. Like, he was angry at me because, well, like, on the third case, when I protected Mr. McGilded, he was like, how dare you try to protect him even though it's bullshit. I lost all my respect for you. And then in this case, he's constantly doing that. There are so many proofs that he knows the proof, and he's still hiding because he doesn't care about the truth, I guess, but I'm not enjoying him as a prosecutor. I'm not enjoying him. I feel like he's so much all over the place. Like, how he denied the inspector to leave is because he knows the inspector have some bullshit, so he's trying to stop. And then when we pointed, he's like, stop pointing, there is no bullshit here. He's constantly contradicting, like, what is his objective? Is it to find the truth? Is it to find the guilty? Is it to find a way to connect us to Lord Chief Justice? Any of these three objectives, he has done things that clearly goes against all three of them. And also, he's way too calm the entire trial. I like how in the other games, when we point out something that reveals, there is like a small scene of the prosecution, like immediately, like you can see like the light bulb glows in his head, and he's like, oh shit, I connected dots and now I get it. And the judge is like, what the fuck, why do you two get it and I don't? He doesn't have a single scene of like that in this game. That's it, it was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seems to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little Turok, you're making all this up. I'll respect to Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. We know, as the player knows, that this is all gonna lead to Strongheart, but Naruhodo doesn't. There has not been a single thing that directly actually links to it. So I do want to, and I am looking forward to seeing how that bridge will be created that connects this to Lord Chief Justice. It was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. It makes sense for him to create the bridge, but at the same time, what deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the P-hole or the crime scene, Mr. Grayson agreed to a certain something to the inspector. The second disc? I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a great case of malfeasance. Okay, no clue. Well, I think we saw that word before, like 2 streams ago. It's become clear that the jumping in with the accusation in this Nipponese accusation is this Nipponese student specialty. Like, literally, we literally was gonna talk with Gregson and then he's stopping to protect him. I don't do that, but with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charge. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing? The inspector demanded the witness. The court must both see of this deal. In my head, it's the second disc. Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Gregson. Logically, there's only one he could have asked for. Do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that joins all the dots together. I must press you for an answer, Counsel. Okay, it's the second disc. Do I present the disc or the music box? I guess the music box, because it was inside when he stole it? Let's go with music box. Okay. Inspector Gregson? Besides this murder, is it not true that you have been working on a very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what is alluded in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial this music box deposited at the Windbank by Magnus McGilded. Special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it up to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second disc containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you extended the disc for details of the case. Order. On the day of the incident, when we met at the Windbank, you said this. Did this turn about the music played in the other cases? I think it did. I feel like it's the first time I'm hearing it. When we met at the Windbank, you said this. I'll be taking this whatever it is, McGilded down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine. That is mine. The light in my room just flashed, so I'm just gonna save. Please don't give me a power outage right now. Don't give it to him. It's mine. That is mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? The Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the kitty, strictly hush-hush. That explains why I presented the disc as evidence to the court. Sorry, and that explains when I presented the disc as evidence to the court, you object so heavily, I presume it. Did you not knew about this shit? And you were just pushing away at random? Because you knew it contained highly confidential information. Believe me, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely not say that in order to acquire the second of these music boxes, you will need to reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. You aided and abetted this man in giving false testimony. There is no other way than Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the P-hole. The only explanation, a deal is struck between these 2 men.
Objection!
If, and I stress, if the sobering assertion turns out to be found true, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak here, in this very courtroom. No, it doesn't. It means that the disc is hidden by Graydon somewhere. Wait, what? In this one? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What's that supposed to mean? I'm sorry, you accuse me of being stupid for logic jumps and you pull this bullshit? As a seasoned policeman, the Inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted gentleman agreement in this manner. He would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. No, he wouldn't. Then you meant to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc already on his person. That is some gigantic jump of logic.
Yes.
Okay, we are jumping on it. The defendant demands the inspector is searched at once by the bailiff, who is on it. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsley hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please order an examination of his personal effects immediately. You mean the one that we tried to do on Jojo and he denied, and then the judge was like, okay, we cannot do it if he denies. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it will put this matter to bed to dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. Like, we never proposed that the disc was on you! Lord Van Zix was the one who proposed. Why are you insulting me? I presume you are aware of the precipice on which you are now tethered, my little student friend. You made the most serious allegation! No, I did not! You did! If following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found. I just forgot to look under his head or something. You'll be deemed unfit to court service in the cryo... Okay. And my country government will formally demand you and yours that you are severely reprimanded. So stupid. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remark about our country, most senior police force, it's not something Her Majesty government will be able to overlook. Lord Van Zix is the one who accused it. You're just threatening Runa because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman agreement for something so critical. I would. This must have been physically changed hands, which means the Spectre should have, but somehow something doesn't feel right. Very well, Consul. Let me ask you one final time. Yes. Search someone else. Remains to be searched, be conducted. Don't say you weren't warned. Your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water. Perhaps the lesson will do some good. Fair enough. I got nothing to hide. Well. Really? The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what is all this? I'm the one you accused, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Someone else. What is the meaning of this? Lost that I'll have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Who could he have given the disc to? The bailiff? Be quiet, all of you. Bruno is doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. You should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that is the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is out of the defense counsel conviction and eagerly await his next words. Now, don't be hasty, my lord. I'm mistaken about the things I have seen in the court today. I'm very sure I know who has the disc. No. Maybe? They could have implanted the disc on him? No. Maybe? No. No, I don't think they would be okay with it. Maybe? Genius prosecution, they talked. We examined him. The only moment there was any sort of interruption was when Holmes got here. They put the disc on Holmes? Yeah, fuck it.
Take that!
My lord, the defense demands the person to be searched. Demands this person to be searched. What causal relation could exist between? The brother could be, but when he was strangling him. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yep, you're right. Yep, there was the one moment where it was out of character. Because I thought this child would not accept it, but if it was planted...
Take that!
Yeah. My lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Me? Him? Very well. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thoroughly search of his personal effects. The problem is I don't trust the bailiff. Please, my lord. Inspector, Scotland Yard has to object to the search. I like the design. The Skulking Brothers design is great.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zix, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Yes, you do. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a minute. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Here, my lord, in the witness pocket. I found it. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. There is a second music box. That's the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Order. Mrs. Skulking, what have you say for yourself? Gordon Bennett? I mean, just Gordon Fleming Bennett? I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on? The alleged deal was struck between these two witnesses. And the detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shredded, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night... Well, Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. I don't understand, Coulson. The inspector shaking people is just normal. There is nothing unusual about that behavior. That's just Tuesday. We always do that on Tuesdays. Yeah, he did it. Though my noggin was gonna fall off clear, I did. I was wishing I'll be born a brother. I was. And what exactly happened should make the detective attack you like that? Tuesday. I ain't got no clue. He just started turning and grabbed me while he was like that, and he started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. He yelled right down my ear hole, he did. My ears are still troubling now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wing, he hid it. You... I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive. The detective acquired the disc he was after. Why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in the man's pocket? This is the court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Okay, I've been holding back for a second. I really need to go out for a minute. I'll be back. Okay, sorry about that. Let's come back to it. As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Are we gonna finish this trial? Are we gonna finish the game today? I have to imagine there isn't that much left. My orders were Recover the medium used to convey the secret leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush. Hush hush, a top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communication. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. Oh, you mean the one who is leaking the information? I'm afraid I'm not at the liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court. So he hid a bit for the idea that he would be searched was bring upon, and he hid it just for precautions. Okay. You took the steps to hide the disc you have acquired from the witness. Does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skokie in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pockets? So it was a pretense. How could you, Greg? It's Tuesday. We always try to choke criminals on Tuesday. Well, now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusations made against you of all this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly? Please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector. The jury doesn't need proof. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the pee-hole? I'm under no obligation to explain. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, I lie in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that's all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective, all of this is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... what? Like jury! Come on! You're better than this. Well, what about you, Inspector Gregson? You admit to make a deal with Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I have done, it's in the name of justice. You mean the guy selling the country? So, as member of the public of this fine country, I like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you make your decision. Judge! Judge! Come on, Judge! This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such an extraordinarily tumultuous in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it's time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and the country, I must say I sympathize with the old Spectre. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, currently in presence of an idol. The detective has very much trust in my eyes, more than this I cannot say. Oh, fucking bullshit! They're gonna believe Gregson if they declare the decision now. Genie gonna be found guilty. If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, we are gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windbank or stole government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson to admit that he stuck the deal with the witness. Well then, Counsel, I think it's time to impose the jury to declare their final decisions. Unless you have some compelling evidence, I have turned far not present to the trial. Is there no choice then? No, you have to throw some more evidence. This is it, I'll come to this. We can only play the thing. I don't know. I'm pretty sure we cannot play. No, because they haven't given us the second disc. pawnbroker item. We have not used you yet. Use this as a sub-story, as a sad story to convince the judge. Morning's newspaper to... Justice is not acting in the best interest of the country. I genuinely think it's jury, but I feel like I want to present evidence to the jury. Presenting the paper to Gregson does... Okay, I'm gonna click leave it to the jury. I just save it. I wanna see if this is gonna be a... I'm not gonna do anything and I'm gonna trust the jury, or if this is gonna be present evidence to the jury. I want to present evidence to the jury. So let's see if this option will allow me to do that. I can't... I think... no, Runa. Okay, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't click that. Hard. Just before you do... You piece of... Okay. Inspector Gregson. Inspector Gregson, there is one piece of evidence I would like you to see. What is that? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Thoroughly. Go on.
Take that!
What on earth is this, Counsel? Irrefutable proof that the corruption dealing between these two men. Or perhaps, irrefutable proof of the corruption work of my little friend of mine. Nope, it's not in the newspaper to Gregson. Think about it. Murder and treason are both such serious crime, punishable by death. I don't think old Silk is going to admit to either anytime soon. No, but Gregson, on the other hand, he's just refusing to admit what happened because he's sworn to secrecy out of sense of duty. I wonder, Greg's lips are sealed because he determined to do his duty. Then perhaps to prize and open, you're gonna have to determine enough to do your duty too, Rune. You'll do anything to follow his orders. Okay, so it is Gregson. The oversight agreed to legal represent with the lawyer. Paperwork, Eugenia showing the Scotland Yard detectives showing this to Scotland gives us access. The army band because it's about showing conviction. Blood samples give us nothing. The book to... Physicians to get his attack to admit the deal, he clearly stuck with Gregson. But the problem is not that what we are trying to do. Let me follow. We have to follow what Iris said. Gregson lives the seal because he determined to do his duty. Then perhaps to prize and open, you're gonna have to determine enough to do your duty too. He will do anything to follow his orders. Yeah, we can try playing the music box. Let's try. It was it. Not sure that I agree with it, but okay, let's go. Let's see what they are gonna do with it. Is that McGill the peculiar music box, Council? Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps it would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time with the second disc, the Discover. Yeah, we should play a disc with secrets, information the government that was stolen, in a public trial, with a public gallery, and a Russian terrorist in the stand. Yeah, we should do that. This council... No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well... Because it got nothing...
Objections!
Come on. Game. Not you, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this musical were part of a Morse code message. Nobody is questioning that. We know the Morse code is comprised of two distinct tones. Believe that the second disc contains the second tone to complete the message. Yeah, we know that. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory. We know that. We are talking about state secrets. Yeah, the point is we can't play state secrets in a public place. If the whole country will reveal confidential information, it's treason. Yeah, the judge shouldn't allow. You admit the charge. Then in order to protect the state secrets, you engage in lawful dealing with the witness. We are literally only repeating with what we have. Okay, no. We are literally only repeating what we said. If you let the secret information out of public domain, you will be making an enemy of the entire British government. Let's not forget, Spectre, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked the confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie in court, all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Okay, but the judge is the one who has the final word, and the judge cares about Britain. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by the music box. Come on, Van Vliet, for Pete's sake, stop him. Spectre, you should know my methods by now. I don't. I'm a prosecutor. I'm not a Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. Stop acting as if you were trying to find the truth during this case, my dude. Very well, the defense stands here and that of the prosecution have been made very clear. Therefore, in accordance with the defense request, we will play secret government secrets, stolen information in a public court of law with a Russian terrorist in the jury. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. And it won't make any sense to us because we don't know Morse code. She does. It is unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Got it. Alright, I admit, whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that blooming box. I don't like this ending, but okay. And we still have not created the connection to Chief Lord Justice. Let me ask you again, Inspector Gregson. Is this game gonna have a secret sixth case? Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case detailing in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the P-hole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing? So exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after recess, we stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, imbecile. Shut up. You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. How about a trade? I suggest you accept. Our information may make certain individuals uncomfortable. Will soon become very public indeed. Why Didn't you immediately apprehend him and caught the disc and said, "Goodbye, secret government affairs, bye"? I couldn't let the information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The pee-hole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. Why not just get the disc and then throw him out of the bus? You don't actually have to protect him. You don't actually have to go through the deal. You can just take the disc and say, "No, fuck him. He was selling secrets for the enemy." You don't have to protect him. By giving false testimony, the witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness' perjury. I did. But then it turned out the pee-hole have only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard was aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Yes, you were! You have the photos. There is no you literally talked about how you examined the photos. You would have noticed that. But okay. Scotland Yard was aware of it, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of very serious crimes. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windbank. There is still a few things in this game that they haven't talked about. You... There we go. That's what I want to see. You traitor. Dun, 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 dun. Bailiff, restrain that man at once. This is it then. It's all over. I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they have was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communication officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in small hours. I wanted to draw them out, with more money than anyone who lived in this squalor could ever imagine. Then, one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a Finn with a core talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now. I was to steal the ministry telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry communication office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offering, how easy it is to succumb. But you must certainly have realized the seriousness of the crime you're committing, and for that reason I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker. My mother divorced him when he was still a child. When I was still a child, sorry. Yes, Mr. Manson Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He once made a music box He had once been a music box maker apprentice. I imagine his skills would have sufficed to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his service. It was the first time I ever seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Wesley. What a fine gent you have become. He was a different man to the one in my memory. I've been a frail old man. But poverty have never broke him, never corrupted him like it helped me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the reason. So I made up a story. I got some work for you, father. I need some music box disc made. Music box disc, huh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought this score with me. There are two, actually. I'll be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I have him made the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It means that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, one receipt of the second disc would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes. I saw the main information that way a numbers of time already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with McGilded, not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed deal with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's exchange, let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money for McGilded. That's it. He have no hope. He have no idea what was actually on the disc. I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I never know why everything went so horrible wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him and he never returned home. So there is more to the case. Yep, there is more. Why? Why would he keep fighting? Why? What is happening? Okay. First case, we was from the woman who killed Iris' father, and then the British government did some deal to protect her. We still don't understand why. Second case introduced the Russian terrorist. I guess it's just funny. Third case, we have bullshit still happening. Fourth case, in between the investigation in the courtroom, the fourth case introduced 2 new characters to us, and those characters were never used. And there is still some things that the game have not answered yet. Is there more to this game? Or was this game made to be a double game and those things are brought up in the sequel? And we actually don't deal with Lord Chief Justice in this game. We actually deal with him in the sequel. I want to see something. I think I'm gonna stop here. Because there is still more shit to go. And I genuinely believe there is still at least 1 or 2 hours left. Plus the epilogue, which should still be a decent chunk of time. I think there is enough story here for another stream. I don't think this game is gonna end in like 30 minutes. If on the next stream the game ends in 30 minutes, we can stop. I can stop the stream, and then I can put up a new stream. I remember hearing that this case is half the game, right? Yeah, there is more bullshit. There is more stuff. There is more stuff. I genuinely think there's more to go. I don't think this is the end of the game. I think it's okay to stop here and then continue on the next stream. If I'm wrong, and the game is gonna, I think that at least 2 more streams offer stuff. There could be. I feel like there is just too much stuff left. I feel like there's just so much. To the point where I genuinely think that this is gonna stop here and we are gonna pick this up on the second game. I genuinely think this is not supposed to be one isolated game, but two. I think it's okay to stop here. I think if I'm wrong, and there is only 30 minutes left, then on the next stream, which maybe tomorrow, maybe Saturday, I'm not 100% sure. I may be doing something on Friday, not sure. But if it's only like 30 minutes left, we are gonna finish it. I'm gonna stop my recording for the VODs, and then I'm gonna swap for the next game we're gonna be playing, which is Tales of the Abyss for the PlayStation 2, which is an action JRPG game. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. If there is a little bit left, we are gonna swap games. If there is enough, we are gonna continue streaming it. But fuck. Anyways, yeah. But there is also the part that after ending the game, I want to talk about my feelings towards it and make a small review because I always like to do that. And just that by itself is probably already gonna take like an hour. So I think that is enough for us to continue tomorrow. As always, thank you very much for watching today's stream. If you're interested in watching more of my content live, I try to stream on Twitch every day. If you're interested in watching some of my own content, I try to archive everything on my YouTube channel. Once again, thank you very much for watching, and hopefully you will join me tomorrow. Bye bye! Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ostiarius, but you can call me Osti, and welcome to what is mostly likely, probably, maybe, the final episode of the first Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Load game. And it was this one. Let me reiterate to myself for a second. It is if this was any other Ace Attorney, I'm just pretty much repeating what I said at the end of yesterday, but it's good for myself to reiterate. If this was any other Ace Attorney, I would assume we were gonna be done in 15 minutes. But there is so many plot threads that are left to talk about. On the first case, the killer is still free. We still don't understand that. There is nothing to talk about the second case. The third case still has a few mysteries. We learned that McGilded coach was full of blood, Manson's blood, and that's how we are assuming that he was the killer. But they did a test with the German medicine thing, and they said that the blood on the coach, the way the blood splatter, is the way it splatter from a gunshot wound, not from a knife wound. So why is it purple if he wasn't shot? Is it purple because this is just to symbolize like blood types A, B, O, and someone else also has purple blood? Maybe. There is still some mysteries about the third case. The fourth case still has 2 characters that we have never seen again. And the fifth case, we are about to incriminate and catch Ashley Graydon, but we still have not found that connection to Lord Chief Justice, which we know is the real bad guy. He's the one who killed McGilded. He's manipulating a bunch of things. I don't know, there's so much stuff. We still don't know how Susato learned the name of the book, but I think this is probably going to be the epilogue. We're going to talk about that. We still haven't talked to Aris about her father. There is still some stuff to talk. And it could just be that this game is just meant to be a setup for the sequel, and that's where Mal Strongheart would be dealt with, because if he's dealt with in this case, I would be a bit disappointed because he's clearly the evil bad guy final boss, but the game never really built up to that. He was never present for 99% of the game. So we will see. We will see. I also have a lot of things to talk about, but I will keep those for when I talk about after I'm done with the game. For now, let's continue where we left off, which is the final dialogue with Ashley after he's confessing to his crimes. All I know is that the disc was taken from him and he never returned it home. Okay. Now, oh yeah, his father was the one who went to do the trade of the discs. Dylan climbed on the omnibus, hand the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. He have no idea what was on the disc. I have asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I will never know why everything went horrible that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him and he never returned it home. Where is the disc? Because McGilded did not deposit the disc. Is it with Lord Chief Justice? Because Lord Chief Justice... How could... Okay, let's go on the assumption. I have both discs. Yes, he have the second disc. Wait, how did he have the second disc? He gave the disc to his father. Father went into the chariot. Father died. He never did... What was the disc? I'll never know what went horrible that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him and he never returned it home. Okay, he's probably going to explain next how he got the second disc back. Okay. He got it from the shop. Oh yeah, it was on the... Okay, yeah. Okay, you're right. I remember wrong. Okay, so McGilded did deposit... Okay, the second disc he's talking about is the disc with the for McGilded note. Yeah, because that's a mistake, because in my head I was calling that the first disc and the one that he stole from the shop the second disc, but the one that was in the shop was deposited 2 days before, so that was actually the first disc, and the one with the bloodstain is the second disc. Okay, sorry, just messing my head. Okay, how could McGilded be innocent of the third case? Everything points him to be guilt, of course, but the fact that they talk about how when they tested the coach, the police with their science, the bloodstain was not from a stab wound, but from a bullet wound, that says that there is a second plot twist to that case. How could that be? Is the bloodstain from a different person than Manson? Even though it's purple, was he shot from behind by someone else? But then how would Gina not hear it? There is some shit happening in the third case. Unless this game really has a 60 case, I hope it doesn't. I hope it's a sequel game and the second game deals heavily with this, because I am really interested in continue developing McGilded story on the omnibus. But let's stop dealing with this and let's keep going. All I know is that the disc was taken from him and he never returned it home. Sorry. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swear on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge on McGilded. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. Yeah, philanthropy and helping the city, something that you, Lord Van Seas, find it disgusting. To crush any semblance of just in this trial. Sorry, how did... In the most speaker of ways to crush any symptoms of. Okay, here you're talking about him manipulating the omnibus. Okay. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet have barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealing with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in an arrangement 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. Are you also involved in in the courtroom? Oh, are you the person who burned McGilded? If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself have shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters in my own hand and delivered the justice the monster deserved. So it was the Lord Chief Justice. The tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by these men. I did not expect this at all. Everything is ready, sir. If you like to follow me to the courtroom. What is it, officer? It's sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. We're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So, the policeman who came to tell McGilded that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. Why not just bribe the police? McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manners of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. I genuinely think this story is so much more interesting if McGilded is actually secret innocent. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my Shen policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father have taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because I have been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. It is the first of 2 discs, and the music box you need to play both to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What is this? Windbank Pawnbrokery. Ah, it's a Pawnbrokery ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I have deposited there for you. There is no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fan the watchword. I put a geo in Paul for you. It will fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. Never heard of a pawnbrokery being used quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he had taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And then on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now. That's when we first met you at the Windybank that afternoon 2 days ago. You have a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? On the trial, the pickpocket testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of my gilded spawn, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I have a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I need to do was to wait until the girl went to Windybank to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only my gilded overcoat, and the one disc that was in its pockets. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secret was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, my orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could all lay our hands on. We have a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we have to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me, in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I have to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into that place the same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulking Brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo was searching the counter, I located the music box I have sold to McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes. I slipped into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I have decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what happened, I fired back. The men have already turned to flee. I haven't intended to fire in his direction, but to let's kill him. This is wrong. You were here. No, you were here because you were shot in front of the calendar, because the calendar here. And then he shot you from here, run away in here, and then you shot here. How would the bullet go? Okay. From like an angle? I guess. How tall are you? You look very tall. Because one of the small details that I hang up a lot was that the bullet entered the body from the back on a gentle rising diagonal. So the shot came from under. I guess if you shot from the hip, I guess, not sure. Small details. The men have already turned to flee. I haven't intended to fire in his direction, much less killed him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in a blink of an eye. I didn't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what just happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened to Windbank on that wretched night. Is he really gonna be Lord Chief Justice who was never involved in the first place? And I've been hammering that shit by mistake the entire fucking time. Also, the terrorist and the exhibition, we have never dealt with that. Probably the sequel, I guess. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to destroy the fact and escape justice for the crime of murder. No, he called him a monster for a lot of other things. You call him a monster for that. You really like to say things and then say as if the other was the one who said it. What a tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You became the very monster you saw, and despised so deeply in McGilded. He didn't despise McGilded because he fumbled the trial, he despised McGilded because McGilded killed his father. You despise him because of the trial. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Ashley Graydon? He is being restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He will be charged with the murder of Mr. Windbank, and the stealing of government secrets, and the murder of McGilded. You know, the other person he killed. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. Would he have charges since he's just obeying orders from his government? It transpires that you are complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whenever or not you are doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and unexcusable. Now, to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah, it is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garibald Squadron standing by, sir. Sorry, Garibald Squadron is standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. Right. Whistle. My men are ready to deliver the verdict. Thank you, Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, prepare the fireworks!
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Deploy the fireworks. Ah, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we would come up on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me like that for? Before I start enjoying your freedom, there are several other crimes to consider. 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windbank pawnbrokery, she gave false testimony because she was being threatened. There is no fucking way that isn't relevant. And in relation to the trial, you did unlawful entry, you also attempt to abscond Mr. McGilded property, it seems. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleeful wearing McGilded coach in your cell yesterday or anything. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Guinea in this evening, and turning our attention to the defense, determined that when played together, the music box contained a message in Morse code, was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelations, Council. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend Courage here today. I propose a toast. What is your fucking deal, my dude? To demanding the government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he have done, so... I may say something on that point. Isn't that... about the sound produced by the music box before, I do wonder if that really was Morse code. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much the whole word seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, that's an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sound produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code at all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you fucking... How many times I have tell you, those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGill conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from... Sorry. From Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted his crime, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But is it really going to bother me? There is more to this shit! There is more to this shit! Miss Lestrande. Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in the courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appealing experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you were weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Judge, you have no idea how poor people live, do you? But look, I reckon I worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at some. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly looking forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regards to the murder of Mr. Pop Windbank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Deploy fireworks! Yay! Don't do that. Ah, a nice big one in the end. Is this really the fucking end? Really? That is all, courts adjourn. Really? Why are we still here? On a personal note, I must say you have surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. I mean, yeah, you're racist as fuck. You probably expected nothing. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense, the malice, the fissure within that Englishman. And you didn't, because you're a dumbass. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whenever we are from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we are all human beings. We are not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock to lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. So there was no secret plot line with Chief Lord Justice. So why were you so antagonistic to the inspector? Was it because you just decided to be an asshole? You genuinely believe Gina was a criminal and you were trying to do everything to put her in jail? Sorry, executed? You do not have a secret plotline or objective, you just... You did. When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, you reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trusted betrayal. So, through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, and one day when the time comes, you will learn the answer whenever you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Are we just doing more setup for the sequel, or are we setting up for a secret Case 6? Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey in my retirement from servicing 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese friend, until we meet again. Oh wow, is this really the end? Oh. Epilogue. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Done. It's over at last. But what is Aris disappeared to? Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruhodo. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What is odd about it? I told you I have faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before. He kept a promise on me properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just cause I have been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I have the taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting to someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there is no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh well, if you said so, don't make a fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out like, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. And the defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believe I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what of the deuce what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellows? I did not notice it was Sherlock. That voice. It's too late for that voice now. Now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all alone, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, it was me all alone. You see? I assume you've been taken to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one of two Bibles on the doctor who have been tending to me. Like, you are okay. Your entire damage was only just much smaller than we thought. The surgery was already a success. 90% of the reason you were out cold was because of the anesthesia the anesthetic they gave you. That shit should have already left her system at this point. No? 10 hours? No, more. It has been at least one full day. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough about that, was that what I said? Enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless effort justly rewarded, I felt. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. I'm a great detective you are, great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I equaled you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you have been having and snoozing your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hand off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why are you so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it wasn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquaintance in a trial with that particular prosecution is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes, not alarming the least. Oh, the Reaper in me. Oh yeah, the thing about the curse. Because anyone who's found not guilty in the trial who was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. An is implied by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drama myself. Yeah, well, it doesn't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper is a bit like I'm upstairs. In upstairs, you mean like God? Yeah, in upstairs. Knows what is what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that Bugthroater who are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm in upstairs make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice was one thing though, the Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like McGilded of this word, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be very admire, Miss Lestrade. Oh, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of our acquaintance was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Hello, Iris. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear. I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. The pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for these guys. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But those dots didn't notice my presence at all. Ah, they have no idea. Can you imagine? Would you credit? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. Sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weight presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be more careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge, Peter. I got stuff to amends for, apparently, all the offenses. How was it again? Breaking and entry, taking the bog trotter stuff that was in the log? Yeah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense, it's a job, ain't it? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you? Oh no, Odo? Oh, because she called you Naru Odo. Okay. Oh no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them like me, on the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. Eh. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrande. The prison carriage has arrived, man. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right? Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Odo. Yes. Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrande. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. I'm getting red flags all over. Ah, yes, good advice, Ginny. It's good advice. I don't think she's gonna die. I don't think so. I hope not. I like her. Yes, it's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Then... Thanks, old Odo. Thank you for everything you have done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. They are not gonna do anything to her. Come on. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought the paper outside. It's a special edition, and this story is all over the front page. Pickpocket innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Oh, not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno, Hurley? As usual, I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright? Maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Right, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out of the Dover has been delayed by a day or more. Wait. So she's late to go to the boat to see her sick father? That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If you hurry now, we should be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man. He happily led on the locomotive, elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London Victoria. And we are gonna get a second ending? That took somewhat longer than I have anticipated. Susie boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something. She shouldn't be on the line.
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard the sailing were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was her Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you haven't seen that. I'm not worth of practicing law in any way now, I agree. So I was just saying my final farewell. Yeah, you hide things from me for absolutely no good reason. You're saying goodbye to law? You? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime and then I tried to hide the fact. Why did you try to hide it? What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me, how did you even come to have this, Susie? So we are talking about that. On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes have invited Gina for dinner, if you remember. Yes, we have a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo Army Band. Don't know how. Please don't do that again. That band is very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flip of mine. So I put it in my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windbank's shop with it later that, yeah, you would forgot about what is essentially a miniature chainsaw inside of your shirt, yeah? Easy to not notice. Really light. And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. The door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I have up my sleeve sprang to my mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply have to know. So you use the cat flipomat to make the peephole in the door, as captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was on the first. It was of first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. So naturally, without proof, it would have been amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sign that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. When you look there, shouldn't you also have seen Gina who should? Why was Gina unconscious when the police got there? She was holding the gun because he threw the gun back because he entered the room, fell dead on the floor, she locked the door and then grabbed the gun for self-defense. How did she got unconscious? Or was she not unconscious? No, but the photos... What started to run through my mind? I remember that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGildet. I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. He made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. So, after manipulating, I decided to hide the fact? And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing, you were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right, but then I realized it. It would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I have made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed. So the criminal wouldn't have used it as a point in his testimony because he saw the door and saw there was no peephole there. Right? And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. Exactly. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? This is dumb. Okay. A trap. So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even the police, not even to me! I know, I knew at the time that what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confine to the person who was unconscious and would not be present at the trial. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely back into a corner with no other possible means of escape, and because I didn't give him the fucking information in the first place, the truth about the people who could save him, so I wasn't gonna tell him. He really does think of everything. That is a very polite way of putting that. Not the way I would have to say it. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. Yes, I am. If you have done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escape, and no, it wouldn't. You could have been disbarred if you have been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. No, I wouldn't. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of the responsibility alone. That's stupid. For your sake and Melissa's Listrade. That is... no. No, that is the writer saying I need that shit to be a plot twist, so I couldn't tell the player until the time for the plot twist. No. At least admit when you're doing bullshit. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did is incomparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using the people as a way to implicate Gina. Who the fuck is Graydon? And besides, the people inconsistently haven't existed. I'm not sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did, you saved Gina's life. Sorry? Well, with her kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you have saved me too, from my regrets. Shouldn't the police be coming here to grab you since we have proven that you tamper with the crime scene? Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends of the trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation the music box contained a secret message, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph of to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. It wasn't. There was a communication officer among the jury member, you see. A telegraphic operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds of the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would have expected, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, should they have been intercepted. In cipher, I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It is quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A. So, E. What? Is she deciphering the message from the first 10 seconds just from her head? But that can be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Aris, what did you just say? Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? How? How do you know that name? I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing in the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. Shit. Okay. I thought the message would have written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But wherever I tried, the words just didn't make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me. There is more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use it in their own language. I don't believe it. Are you saying? That's right. I have only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pengram, isn't it? You mean to say that the Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi? At least the start of it. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Aris, would you like to see that? Mr. Sato, do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become more important for international communications. Then, I might recommend, my dear madam, that you focus our efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Aris, show me the message, please. Of course, we didn't heard everything, we just heard a little bit of it. But okay. What can this possibly mean? Whatever is it in the long sequences of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. Sorry? There is no doubt this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. The first, Kazuma Asogi. Why? The second, Shin. What was the name of the inspector? Shin. T. Gregson. I would think Tobias Gregson is the third name on the list. What's his name doing the secret communication? The last one. It's just so strange, so unexpectedly. What is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name, J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson, you mean Daddy? Oh, what was the name of the woman from the first case? Did we ever found her name? No, yeah, we did. There's J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the forename is just read, if I translate from Japanese, that is all for. And that is the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe whoever would have thought that all this contained Japanese Morse code, not to mention a strange list of disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So that it could be in Japan, where Susie and Luna comes from. Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's a mountain. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. Yes, we can. It is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Winbank murder today, I feel like we rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Yes, we should. I want to see what's in the cave. Oh dear, the ship is gonna set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I will sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I will change onto a larger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the best, the very best. Miss Susato, I have hoped that you have always I have hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best register assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I have yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript? Oh yeah, the Hall of Baskervilles. Well, I'll be ready for you, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Naruhodo? Yes. Do you remember the first time we met? Of course. On the SS Furia when I was dragged out from the wardrobe still half asleep. No, it was on the courtroom. If I remember right, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. Strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you are the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. No, you were thinking about how was a killer, and even until the end of the second trial, you were still not sure about my innocence. Miss Susato, and my instincts were right. I really want to believe... No, I'm sure then. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Cutscene!
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
Ah!
Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Do we? I guess Ares is there. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains have to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. What? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Bruno words, and I know just the one who used it here. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
So this really was the end. There really wasn't more to it. That was the end of the case. Huh. Okay, normally by the end of the game, I like to spend some time thinking my thoughts about it, the character's story itself. Oh, in the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived, somewhat of food. So it's inspired, I have ordered them all myself. Oh, because the music box is ordered. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes. And the money I earn consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. He made it rich by selling music box, I guess. Are we gonna get more small things? Yeah. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement, or some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susan and her lovely Japanese breakfast. Let's wait until the end of the credits to talk more. Witness, your testimony is ridden with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban hide under the... Why is this one just... Never petty arguments. Oh, are they having the case about the stolen coin? Oh, that's fun. Having delivered the Russian dancing to shore in Shanghai, I lay low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I had done nothing wrong. All I did was giving Wagahai offspring's refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. Hello, secret final bad guy. Science investigation will be the gold standard for policy in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect precision. Sorry, perfect unison. Now, if you excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. You have to be the secret final bad guy of the second game. I refuse to believe you're not a bad guy. The latest Ransom magazine is out, and I'm in it, and again, whenever I said that one line she wrote now, I got a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Huh, not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Ah, her ladyship puts me to shame. But I guess you kept your job, I guess. Been visiting the old grow on a daily basis, of course. Johnny, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those belly stairs every day has done wonders for my bag. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got his maid business stepped up, I see. You see, hope the gossiping Nespo don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. My role is back on the bench again, all thanks to the Reaper. There is nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners that are dropping pennies and my lovely wife. Oh, Patty. Oh, Raleigh. Are we gonna get a small epilogue for everyone? Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris come every day for another, so I ain't too bored. You're always going on about all the cases that Sherlock is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Why did Sholmes not want the case of the Hounds to be published? That was also another plot line that the game didn't enter in. But that could just be a reference to the real book? I don't know. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and choose a life of sophisticated crime. No regrets? Please. Go, get over, bro. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time here to plan a comeback of Milverton's Coking Milk Run. The trim, musquats, milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. Why just have a JoJo character in the middle of it? He's gonna be executed. These past 6 months have been a time I shall remember forevermore. Why not? Painful memories, goodbye, wonderful encounters. I have come to realize what life Naruhodo. I promise. Your assistance will return to you one day. 6 months? But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartful wish that life will treat you well. And why not have her in Japan for this epilogue? Oh, because it's memories of her. Okay. Symbolic. I'm gonna take a print screen. I'm gonna assume this is the day end screen. And now the actual credits. Yeah. Okay, so normally I spend about 30 minutes talking about my thoughts about the game. I think I'm gonna hold back on doing that. Because there are so many plot threads that I believe the second game will deal with that I think it's better to treat this as a duology and wait until I'm done with the second game. Because, for example, I think Sherlock is... I didn't really enjoy Sherlock that much because he was very much absent for most of the game. He did not exist on the first case. He was pretty much the protagonist of the second case. He did not exist in the third one. He helped us a little bit on the fourth one, and he pretty much did not exist on the fifth one until we needed him for a twist. So he was only really relevant for one case and a little bit of one investigation. Like very little presence, in my opinion. Same thing with Susato. I feel like she also need more time to develop, but I feel like maybe the second game is gonna give us that. So I kind of think there are a lot of things that I think it would be better if we wait until the second game before I finalize my thoughts, and to see these two as like one package. And that's when he says goodbye. Oh, come on, you could have given him some small animation for his goodbye. Maybe have him wait with the Russian girl would also be fun. Like, there is some of the game was just building up stuff that I hope we are gonna do in the second game, like the Crystal Tower. These are some cute credits. They put him off screen to change his 3D model because they don't have an animation of him putting the sword. So that really was the end. Oh, okay. You know we have seen shows before this. I'm not gonna stream more today. I think when we get to the credits, I'm gonna stop for today, and then when editing, I'm just gonna put this together with the yesterday stream and just put it as a big finale. Yeah, I think that's better, and then I can organize some of my stuff, and then tomorrow we can start the next game, which is gonna be Tales of the Abyss, followed by the second part of The Great Ace Attorney. And that's gonna be the conclusion of the not retro block of the year. And then we're gonna go back to retro games for... Let's assume we finish both of them by the middle of February. And then, so we are gonna have 1.5 months or 2 months of retro games, and then Pragmata, which is a new game from Capcom. We're gonna be streaming that on day 1, and then probably keep playing retro games until I see something that interests me to play on day 1. Yeah, I think that's it. I did enjoy my time with this game. I do have issues. More than I was expecting to. Honestly, Lord Van Zix is one of my big issues. I did not enjoy his character. But again, let's not talk about it, because maybe the second game will give him more development and make things better. And yeah, let's hold back until the second game. I think that's the better. The fact that this game they sold in the West as a duology, I really should just wait. I like Naruhodo as a protagonist. He was fun. And I do wonder what they're gonna do with him on the second game, since he kind of have a very like beginning, middle, and end character arc. He feels very like concluded, but we'll see. But yeah, I have fun. The third case was so good. Oh god, I love the third case. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Finn. Oh, that's a nice scream. Oh, that's a nice scream. I hope he has that overcoat on the sequel. So yeah, There was start, and now we can select a new adventure, the Resolve, which has one case, the adventure of the blooming attorney, the memories of Claudette Kokoro, the return of the great departed soul. Oh, is this when we are finally gonna deal with the great exposition? Twisted Karma and Les Bow. Final chapter, the resolve of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Ooh, fun. So yeah, we are gonna wait until we are done. Special content. Until I'm done with the second game for me to give my overall and final thoughts about it. But in general, I did enjoy the game. I have some issues with it. Oh, they have some designs that were a lot more Phoenix. I like with the coach. But in general, I still have a good time. Would I recommend this game for someone? Yes, because of how much I love the third case. Oh, that's such a cute design for her. Oh, I love these extra designs. As a more student council president. Oh, these are fun to see. Oh, I would love this as his design. Oh yeah, have a good time with it. Oh, a second image that I need to finish a second game to get. Brothers of Ambition's Dreams. Since there were already commemorations at the end of each game, I sought to avoid the same themes and motifs in these pictures. Next. Okay, so a bunch of designs with commentary. Ah, that's fun. Why? Oh, because there's a text window. Okay, text window? No. Why is there a 5? Next, send to the next photo. Oh. Oh, it's with the mouse scroll. There was not a single instance of that in the game. Also, I didn't want to take away the good vibes after finishing the title, so I gave it a thought, and then I started on using Hirosuke and Kazuma. The installation, hope and dreams before they set out, standing shoulder to shoulder. You looking back, I'm sure still a lot of emotion. There's a picture almost for the adventure outlook with this piece was going to be used in the game. Okay. So, Taylor. Ooh, what is this? Outfits are only available for the Great Ace Attorney 2. Ooh, we can change characters' outfits. No. No. Kinda yes. No. But it doesn't fit her, but I like it. Oh, these are fun. I'm not gonna be using it. I would be using on a second playthrough, but I'm not gonna do a second playthrough. So, I'm gonna end here for today. And then tomorrow we are gonna start a new game. So, as always, thank you very much for watching today's stream. If you're interested in watch more of my content live, I try to stream on Twitch every day. If you're interested in watch some of my old content, I try to archive everything on my YouTube channel. Once again, thank you very much for watching. Hopefully you will join me tomorrow. Bye bye!